Alright, good evening, and welcome everybody to the December 19, 2023, 6:30 PM regular meeting of the City of Mercedes. I now call this meeting to order. I'd like to establish a quorum. I'd like to start on this side with Dr. Saldana.
Ruben Saldana, place 4. I'm here.
Romano Garcia, place 2.
Commissioner, place 1, Dr. Jacob C. Howell, present.
And Oscar Montoya, your mayor, and we do have a quorum. Commissioner Martinez is probably on his way. Just pray for safe travels for him. Moving on to item number 3, the invocation. Dr. Saldana, you would like to?
Bow your heads, join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. And we ask that you guide us today as we make decisions for our city, that we may be guided by your wisdom and by your teachings, Lord, and that all the decisions we make will move our city forward in furtherance of our residents, our businesses, and our families. In Jesus Christ we pray, amen.
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 Commissioner Garcia, if you wouldn't mind leading us in the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item number 5, open forum. Do we have anybody signed up for open forum? We do not. Moving on to item number 6, our presentations. I believe we have 5 of them, so hopefully they're a little on the light side. First off, we have a presentation by Marco A. Arredondo, Inc. regarding city lighting improvements.
Commissioners, I guess some of you were here, some of you weren't. We got hired last year to kind of do your energy contract and help the city with a bunch of challenges. So to keep in mind, I did a list I put in front of you, spoke with everything that we kind of done in the city. We've added some accounts. So one of the biggest hurdles that we had was getting with AP and actually getting them to give us a list of all your meters and what they have in their EPS coordinates, because what that does, it gives us an idea of where the meter might be. Then we go out there, Adam goes out there and actually physically finds the meter, we'll take a picture of it, put the real GPS coordinates on it, create your Google Earth map, so any of you at any time, the management can look and see where every one of your accounts are. We'll tie that to an energy analysis spreadsheet. You can actually see the use of that meter and the cost on a per year basis compared to last year. So that sheet we've already created, we haven't finalized it, we're waiting to get the meters. And when I talked to you last year, we were working with the city, and Javier finally got the deal from AP November of this year. Can't believe it took that long to get it to us after repeating, just trying to get it. So kind of show you some of the challenges that we was in here trying to, and hey, I'm sure that was the city calling them, so the city was trying to do something on AP. We have some challenges sometimes with, with utilities that are out there, especially when they don't have to answer anybody. You gotta get what you get. We also talked about lighting. After we went over there and your dome, the air conditioning was not functioning correctly, so we got with some of our friends that were AC guys, got with some of your people, and it got fixed. All right. We're working with Mr. Castillo, and a lot of times we didn't get a lot of information back from him. We sent him information. He just didn't follow up the way we'd like for him to follow up. We went to every one of your parks, because I know Commissioner Martinez really wanted to check the lighting on your parks. So we went to all of your parks with, you had a civil engineer back then, no longer with the city, so he took up every one of the parks. And the problem wasn't that there was not enough lighting, is that I found hanging pictures from AP, and I don't know who, you probably had some vandalism out there somewhere. There actually some floodlights were hanging with the wires out there, so the light would not function for AP. So he gave Castillo a report to get with AP and send out in order to get them fixed. We have not, unfortunately to this day, he's no longer with you either. All right, neither is the right-hand person that we went to. And so I haven't gone out there at night to verify, or the day to verify that AP is actually fixed. So but we talked to Ray before this meeting, and we're gonna get on it. We're gonna copy Alberto and Javier on the emails, and we're gonna follow up with AP and make sure everything gets done. I know you're wanting to light the walking track at your HEB park. We went out there and flagged every tape break, requirement, flagged every pole where the meters weren't working. But we don't know that work got done by AP, because I know you were also gonna add additional poles to the walking deal, and that deal got postponed because of cost. And hopefully they didn't tie the two together. But next month, we'll probably get back to you, and we'll tell you where we're at with those lights. Hopefully they're all fixed, but we have not verified. We heard when Castillo didn't get back to us, he got them. But here in front of you, I can't tell you, and that's why I go out there at night, I don't know if they're working or not. All right, so I'm trying to keep this real light. I know you've added some stuff. I went over all your usage from last year to this year, and you've used 3% less energy year to date compared to the year before. So somebody doing something right. Somebody managing the AC, somebody managing not keeping electricity on when it's not supposed to be on. But other than that, everything.
3%,
Sir?
3% more or less. What is that electricity rate?
You went from 5.3 million kilowatt hours per year usage down to about 5.1. So 200,000 kilowatt hours. I mean, in the big scheme of things, it's not a bunch, but 200,000 kilowatt hours will usually run a pretty good sized pool or some kind of aquatic arena or something. I'm just trying to give you a perception of what, you know, but something like that would be. I know you just walked in, I gave him the lighting report and told him we verified everything, but we can't tell you because Mr. Castillo's no longer here and working with him. And we showed him what he should send to AP, and he's supposed to have sent it, but we don't know that it's been done. But hopefully, working with Ray in your parks department, we'll get back to you next month, the month after, and everything will be.
Well, I do got a question. May I, Mayor? Yes. I do have a question. I was curious about that. I don't know if anybody's already asked me, so please forgive me, but what would it take for us to illuminate our main streets, Texas, Vermont, and Old 83 with LED lighting? If you notice on the way in, we have some street lamps that kind of have a older type bulb, doesn't illuminate really well. And then we do have some LED, so you see the difference in the two, and I'm just curious, what would it take for us?
Yeah, and when that question came up a long time ago, I actually went to some of your light fixtures, and I was gonna bring a ladder and get up there and take it apart, because I'm an electrical engineer right next to API, so. But today, in talking with Ray, they said that they have a couple of extras sitting on the ground. So I wanna look at those lights, see what the ballast is, see what the kind of type of bulb it has in it. Cause it may be that all we gotta do is put in a different ballast and a bulb that's twice as bright on your existing fixtures. You got them in a lot of places. You know, when you drive around town, I mean, they're here in the back, over here, and so I'd like to utilize that if I can to, you know, and it wouldn't take much more than just doubling the wattage of the bulb to give you double the light. You know, as opposed to a new installation. I'm gonna tell you that the new LED lights, and you're talking to a professional engineer, when I look at the AP LED lights compared to the existing high pressure sodium light, while the light is white and it appears to be brighter, if you actually take a lumen meter, which is why you actually measure light, the light from an LED is less than the light of a high pressure sodium. And the use and the energy is almost just exactly the same. But it is a new technology. And now that they've upgraded the lights, they don't fail as often. Because they originally designed those lights to operate like in 90-degree weather, and they were gonna last 20 years. Well, if you notice, you see flickering lights in all the Walmarts and everywhere because they put in lights that weren't industrial rated that could go up to 150 degrees or 200, which it gets up there in the sun. So the electronics in them were fading. So now you're replacing today, they should work.
Is that the type of lighting, or what type of lighting we have right here at the UPD? I'm curious about that. I'm driving and I just noticed that you can, yeah, it's really bright, so I'm just curious, I mean, is that the type of lighting that you're talking about?
Well, the LED lighting that you have in those old lamps, and just to give you a number, it might be giving you out 5,000 or 10,000 lumen. The minimum lumen a new LED light's gonna give you is 20,000. But the amount of energy that it uses to give you the 20,000 is, if you put the light side by side with the old yellow one compared to that one, they would look, basically, they'd be about the same amount of light. But the new LED lights are, AEP would give you a 50 watt or 100 watt bulb. And that bulb, now they won't they wouldn't even offer that anymore. It's always, the minimum is that 10,000 or 20,000 lumens. And that's good, because they're gonna give you good lighting. You can't be real economic, I hate to use the word cheap. You can't be real economical and not say, I just want something to give me a glow, right? They actually want light at the.
I'd like for us to have matching colors at the same time.
Yeah, if you're gonna change to, and this is what I'm doing with other cities and counties we work with, if you're gonna change to LEDs, I would recommend that you do it when the light goes out. When the light goes out, AP changes out with an LED for free. If you do it ahead of time, they're gonna charge you $90 to $150 per fixture to change it out ahead of time. So let's just do it, and I know you'll have a speckled road, but unless you wanna spend that much money up front, when they go out, they'll replace them with new LEDs for free.
And I have, can I ask-
Oh, yeah, no, Mayor, I was just.
so I have a follow-up to that, I'm glad Joe said that, because, so, I just want them to, and I know that at one time we had talked, the PD's not here, but we had talked to the PD and, about identifying all the lights that don't work. Did you guys ever get that information? Because to me, I would wanna start, there was two main things for me. One, light up the parks where they're not lit up, not necessarily doing them all over again, but where there's no light. Because you had told us then that LED would be the light that they would give us.
That's correct.
And number two, that we identify, start with the fish in the barrel and just get AP to change out the ones that are busted. And there's plenty of them. I mean,
And that's what I told you we did right after.
that one was done.
We identified every one of them, and Adam went out there and marked them out, and we told Mr. Castillo to get with AEP. And we just assumed that he did, we assumed it all worked, but I have not gone out there at night, and I can do it after I leave here. But you'll know right away if they're fixed or not, because your park
Yes.
is really, really dark. When I was out there at night, looking at lights with Adam, we were using a flashlight to find your lights, which is kind of like an oxymoron, right? I'm looking for the air lights, I gotta use floodlight to find it. But they had a lot of lights out, and that was the problem over there, is you had more lights out than were on. So I figured, let's fix those lights first with AP,
Right.
and then I know where to add lighting if we need it.
So two questions then, I guess. One, does that email thread still exist to where we can get that list again, just to make sure that somebody followed up on it? That's number one. And number two, that we do our part and send the PD out there, again, while they're cruising around, patrolling and identifying lights that are out still, and I think that'll give us our answer as to whether they did or not.
And I'm gonna give you the correct answer for it. PD is looking for streetlights that are out. Every streetlight has a
The
number.
number, yeah.
All right, if they take a picture with a phone, email it to Parks or me or Alberto, then there's a website with AP, you just upload that it's out, and they will fix it.
So I'm
you
not
don't even have to
talking,
call
I'm not talking about parks, I'm talking about the
streetlights.
streetlights on
Yeah,
this.
and that's what I'm talking, streetlights are numbered, and you can do that automatically just by having the number, anybody can do it, even a resident can put it up and say, that light needs to be fixed, and AP will fix it.
And you'll check on that email and resend it to us?
Actually, that's what we got with Ray, we're gonna follow up on every part that we did to make sure that it did or did not get done, and if it didn't, then we'll get it done.
Well, I'm sure you can get some volunteers up here to cruise around. You give me a quad name, I'll cruise it, because those are one of the biggest calls. Just today, we handled one, this lady's complaining about, kids are fooling around in their cars, parked in an open park where there's kids. And then you got other kids that were, messing around doing bad stuff, graffiti and stuff like that, and there's just very little lighting in that park. And those are the kind of things that we wanna get to, but we wanna shoot the fish in the barrel first, right? Catch fish in the barrel, then.
Yeah, first we gotta fix and see what's there, 'cause when I drove out there, there was a lot of lights, they just weren't
They
working.
weren't working, that's the point.
And I said, let's do that first, but you can start a public awareness, campaign with the city, with wherever you do your media, and just tell residents, if you see your street light out, take a picture and send us the number of the street light.
Give like an example.
Then you'll have everybody's police in your
That's
city,
a great idea.
and we'll get it done. Yeah, that way it's not just your PD, because everybody got things to do, and it's the residents that are gonna complain. If you let them know that you'll fix it, if they just send the picture and everybody's fine.
Okay, and then I have another question on lights, sorry. So, there was work done on our poles here in Mercedes. I'll give you one example, 10th and Capsaro. There was a light there that people used to fish in the canal, the neighbors, well, it's gone, just gone. They took it and they never put it back. Is that something that they can do, or did somebody pay for that at one point and they should have put it on there? I mean,
If it was a private light and it didn't belong to the city, all right, nobody can request a private light anymore. So unless you got an existing area light in your house or in your backyard or on your farm, they will continue to fix it. And if it goes out, they'll change it out to an LED. But unless you're grandfathered in and you're a private citizen, you know, you can't do it. So you gotta be a city or a school or some kind of nonprofit. Only a commercial nonprofit operation can now be
I
supported.
think it's on city property or on easement, so I'll send it in.
It's on the, I think on the
It was on
irrigation.
the canal.
I want a clarification, so you're saying that anybody can, like, back in the day, we used to be able to
Yeah.
request a light in the alleyway, now that's
You
done.
have to hire somebody,
That's gone.
but you can hire somebody, right?
No, he's saying,
So you can put up a private light.
Yeah.
You're gonna put up your own light.
Yeah, but they won't go and do it.
AAP will not, because they're not deregulated, they'll be competing with the local electricians, and that's kind of where the rub is. They can't do it,
Okay.
unfair competition with the electricians.
Alright, any other questions, guys? Go ahead, was some more stuff?
No, I knew lighting was your main concern, so that's what I said, I'll give you a list of everything else, but everything else, as far as we know, is going good. The only thing that we still are not getting communication on is sometimes if you're starting a new project, we'd like to know about it, because I know Mr. Pettis sent me, y'all working on sent me some Trinity proposals for some soccer lighting fields and stuff, and I talked to them, they're gonna use the bicycle lighting, I said, okay, good. I just wanna see what's going on out there as an engineer, so I can kind of be your third wheel, kind of like, you have an attorney, right? Now you've got an engineer that knows about energy and lighting, so if you're doing some kind of project out there, if I know what's happening, I'm not gonna cost you anything, I just wanna get involved and just oversee it.
I'm sorry, I just have one follow-up, now that I remember. I was told that AEP would put up some lights for us where the Civic Center's at, located there on Second Street. Because if you travel in from La Feria, you know, it's pretty much dark in that area, and I was told that AEP would do that. Is that so? Is that so?
AEP is a city or a government agency, all right, but they won't do it for private citizens. So if you want lighting, a city can request lighting from AEP.
But we gotta pay for it, we pay for it also, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so we're clear, guys, it's that area that I think we've been talking about over there, coming in, go past the car lot, right there, that little strip on the curb. That's usually where it gets the darkest, right there, so you have people that walk early in the mornings, we have people that walk in the evenings as well, because they'll walk towards the park and do their thing and walk back, so I know that that's kind of come up, we can get that area looked at.
Just know that the budget is what kills Bill, walking at the, I don't know if you were here then, at the HEB parking, or walking park is where we got with Castillo, and I know he sent a request to AEP, and I think it got tabled because of the cost for y'all to put in the lights at that park.
Well,
There is a fee.
oh, granted, but my concern is people walking on the sidewalk and it's black. And then, you know, you might even have people coming this way, heading east to west, you know, on the other side where it's completely dark and the cars are right off the edge, so.
And we have functions, people park along there because it's a parking area.
Yeah.
And they walk down and
And
it's.
we'll get with the public works like we did for the park, and we'll recommend what type of lighting they should put there, and then they'll come before you, and then y'all will.
Let's try to, I'm talking about on the roadway, that's where I'm concerned about.
Main highway.
Because,
I understand that, but those still aren't free, you still have to pay for them.
and that's fine, but the point is that, you know, in all fairness, to public safety, you have people that use that at all hours, you know, early in the morning, late at night, it's super dark. And I just don't wanna, you know.
You see, now I will tell you, and there is a payback, right? There is a company in Edinburgh that works with the city of Edinburgh, and work with some other cities, is they will put up a light for you wherever you want it, it's about $3,500, and it's powered by solar panel. And they warranty it, so sometimes that's cheaper than bringing a new bill, you say, oh, okay, I want 3 lights here, put them up, they're solar panel, you don't have to worry about any AEP costs, but they're about $3,500 each the last time I looked. but that is available, you'll just go put it and you're done.
I like that option. Yeah, that's an option. But maybe we can do like a cost analysis on some areas, maybe we'll do that and we'll see.
What is the lifespan of something like that?
Sir?
What's the lifespan of something like that?
Well, the LED light's supposed to last 20 years, and I've talked to the gentleman, says.
No, in the solar light.
No.
20 years.
Oh, 20 years?
Yeah, they were up there in Dallas.
I replaced 3 sets in the last 2 years, lifetime warranty.
Only, and that's why I tell you that when you get these, you wanna get the warranty from the guy that's selling.
Okay.
And I wanna review it too, because I wanna see if he's putting industrial grade or Walmart, I'm not gonna use Walmart. An economical grade, before I get sued.
He bought them at Home Depot, so he's looking around there.
Well, I go to Dollar Store. No, I'm just kidding. All right, any other questions? I want to keep this short.
No, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I can honestly say it wasn't your fault that it went long, it was ours, so. All right, item B, presentation update, by the way, thank you, Mr. Arredondo. Presentation update regarding dilapidated structures. Glad I said it right.
I'm waiting for this one.
You can just press the button to.
Put it in your report.
That's right, I'm sharpening my pencil, Mr. De Leon.
Good evening, Chief Commissioner Mayor, Mr. Perez. My name is Salvador De Leon, I'm the Chief Building Official for the City of Mercedes. So I just gonna put a couple of presentations, which we have a big agenda ahead of us, so I just wanna run it fairly quickly, just to, I guess the main point here for me being here is just I wanna brief the commission that, you know, the Building Standards Commission, we're moving forward. We already have pretty much all the legal, pretty much from our legal department to proceed, so we're already working on the initial letter, so that's a go. I know in the meantime, we have been working, myself and Mr. Mata as well, you know, for structures, you know, for voluntary, you know, compliance, so we've done, you know, quite a few, so I just wanna go fairly quickly through some of the slides here, and I'll show you some pictures before and after in the next presentation. So pretty much like I stated, here.
Is it on?
Yeah, point it.
Maybe point it over here.
I might have to old school it, hit the forward button.
Okay, well, just tell me and I'll.
Just pretty quickly to move to the next one. And this just show you the commission, just the purpose of what the Building Standards Commission is. You wanna go to the next one? And I just, the slide that I put here, just to give you just, you know, the legals, what the, you know, Building Standards Commission is all about. Some of the things that we as a municipality requires, the steps and pretty much all of that. So, wanna go to the next one? And like I said, this is from the section 54, you know, like I said, it's just all great standards and laws that we have to follow as a municipality in order to abate a structure. So, next one. And this is just some of the, you know, the litigations and things that we have to go through, administrative warrant steps and stuff that we have to go through as a municipality. Next. And basically, these are just the abatement process steps that we have already in place, and it's a goal from our legal department. So pretty much it's just the steps that we're gonna be going through, the initial notice, you know, warrants, you know, pictures, in, you know, the Building Standards Commission, putting on the newspaper, you know, pretty much all the steps. And I put up a slide here for the city ordinance. This is just another sample, just our administrative search warrant that we're gonna be using going forward. And again, this is just another, you know, steps that we have to go through, you know, as far as researching, you know, the property, all these entities that we have to do our, you know, research in order to abate a property. And this is just a slide of, the Building Standards Commission and things that we have to be doing as a municipality. Just next. Again, this is just the Building Standards Commission, the steps and the things that they follow in order to condemn the structure. Next. Just another slide, just pretty much just rules and regulations that we have to follow as a municipality. Next. And just pretty much, this will be the last slide and just can tell you that, that we have to get a warrant in order to go to the demolition of the home. You wanna go to the next presentation real quick? And I just wanna show you real quick, just some pictures that I've taken. Some of the structures, homes that have been either voluntary demo, or remodel, full remodel pretty much, just to give an idea. Maybe some of you already know what those addresses are. And basically this one, the first one here is just the before and after. You see the structure in the front was knocked down and the owner decided to go with a full remodel, and we asked him to provide driveways as per city ordinance. That's something that we are requesting now, a minimum of 2 off-street vehicles. So for any full remodel, additions or anything, the city is requesting to provide that. Next.
You did that without a court order?
Yes.
Power persuasion.
Yes, this is another one that I'm sure Mr. Perez will heard that, a lot of complaints from that property. So that was then. This is now the owner decided to go full-blown remodel inside and out. Again, there's a picture with 2 driveways for 2 vehicles, and just to show you just before and afters of that. I'm gonna go to the next one. This is another one again. This is on Webb Street. They went out again, full remodel, and I'm talking full remodel, plumbing, electrical, pretty much the whole 9 yards. Next.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
On these remodels, so what is it? Is it the family invests in the remodeling or how does that come?
Well, what I've been seeing out in the field, Commissioner, is that we have a lot of people, I guess, inquiring about, properties here within Mercedes, asking, who the owner is. They see a lot of properties that are either abandoned or in need of repairs or anything. So, a lot of people coming from the outside in and looking to invest here in Mercedes. And this is it's one of the reasons that, we've seen a lot of,
So we have, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, so we have somebody that invests in remodeling those homes, I guess flipping them, right? That's probably where. So just, they're listening out there, do they come to planning or do they
Yes.
come up for you guys?
So a lot of these homes that you see other pictures of, yes, that's how they were either doing something, repairs. So it just happened that we were driving by and we notified where was doing the work that permits required. Pretty much for any remodel, alterations, additions, most of the stuff requires a permit. Very few things that doesn't require a permit, just to change your tile, stuff like that.
I guess what I'm asking is, if somebody out there right now is watching and they invest in homes, they remodel these homes and they're like, okay, well, I'd like to get in on that, or I'd like to help out investing, remodeling, how would they go about finding out what's available to them?
Well, we have a lot of people that come here to the city asking, hey, would you know who the owner is, right? So the appraisal district, that's one tool that we usually have, is that where you can find the owner's address, and we usually provide them with that. Well, this is the address. You might want to send them a letter just to know if they will be able to sell. Go to the appraisal district, the courthouse, get some records and stuff. But they usually come here and we can provide them with that information.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I want to see more pictures, but before I forget, you mentioned outside investors, but if I understood you correctly, these first 3 properties were owners. So that was voluntary.
Yes. Yes, voluntary.
Right, that wasn't outside money, it was people
Correct.
that owned that,
Yes.
that just needed a little help, a little push and encouragement.
Exactly. And we, that's one of the intents, that we tell the residents, well, we're here to help you, right? But again, if you wanna remodel the house, we wanna make sure that you comply with building code, new standards, pretty much all of that. But, so this is, like this one, for example, I took the approach, and what I input on the slide is the actual email that I sent out to the owners. And these owners are very well known here in the valley. So I just, found out the address, the owners, who it was, and she did an email, and like I said, 3 months after, no longer there. So it only was a voluntary demo. There was no letter sent out or anything. It was just, try communication, try to talk to the owners. Because that's the first thing that we need to do as a city, voluntary, complies. If not, we go the other route, which is the one thing that we're working on. But, yeah, and this is just some other pictures. Want to go next? Next. This is just, like this one here is ongoing, they're almost there, but just want to throw that slide there just to give you some visuals of what's going on out there. Next. 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 It's in Texas. This is still ongoing, working with the owner, decided to take the front part, and it it's still missing the half part at the very back. But, it's in a elderly lady that lives, she doesn't live here, but she asked me to work with them, and so I'm kind of slowly working with them, but it seems like they're getting there. Yeah, next. That's another one. Georgia, next. This is a 429 camera on the very corner. This happened about a month ago. It's no longer there. Next. And this is the Royal Palm. I'm sure Mr. Pettis heard a lot of complaints about this one. So it's gone. There's just a few, bricks here and there, but pretty much the whole thing is gone. And like I said, this one it was voluntary demo. We took the approach, talked to the owner, and she was willing, to do it. Next. This one also was recent, about a month ago, that they demolished this house. Next. This one is, this picture is from today. So this one, they're already in the process of moving out. They knocked down, a portion of it, and they're moving the rest of it out. Next. Oh, I kind of took a weird picture, but that's more like pointing out to the structure in the very back, right next to a daycare center. So it's a good thing, that it's no longer there. They have a lot of kids playing next to it, and so I really like this one, to be done. Next. Okay, this is just in Colorado. I'm sure you guys are so familiar with it. I took the approach. I found the owner in West Laco. I drove myself over to West Laco, met with the owner. I told them what was going on with his property. A lot of graffiti, and the siding was so rotten. So I can just show you, the communication I have with the owner. And they were willing to take action on it, and they've been very helpful, and they're gonna be going through, more repairs and try to, work with this property.
Mr. Leon, is that the apartments?
Yes,
Okay. Yeah, I think we get tons of calls on that.
a lot. Yeah, so you'll go there, the graffiti is no longer there, a lot of the siding has been already repaired, and they're doing a lot of repairs, I told them about the parking lot also, that it needs to be, repaired, so slowly, but, we're getting there. Next. And this is the famous McDonald house. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but this is the before picture. That's what the house used to be. Now the McDonald's parking lot in the rear. So the one on the right, that's the same house, but it's on Hereford, and that's what it turns out to be. Pretty much, they did a little bit of upgrades, lifted the roofing a little bit more, but that's what it looks like now. And I guess this is it for me. I just wanted to show the commission, the mayor, and the city manager that's the stuff that we're working on, that you might not see driving around, but you know, it's things that are happening within our city.
Mr. Leon, is there any way that citizens across Mercedes can get involved by, if they have a home next to their home that's, run down, is there a number that they can call, anything like that?
Well, we have our, our number where they can go for complaints, to citizen complaining or anything, and we'll take that complaint, and we'll go and do an investigation. But now that, like I said, on the dilapidated structures, that we have all the legal already pretty much going, we're gonna be going after a lot of those homes that need to be addressed.
Now, but I'd like to see if we can put this information out there, kind of showing kind of the work that you boys have been doing. I think some of those areas, I know we've gotten calls a lot on them, so it'd be good for us to show the action that you and your team have taken.
A lot of the commissioners, a lot of this is a lot of, you have to do a lot of investigation, believe it or not, like on our part, to find out who the owner is, appraisal districts, even social media nowadays, that try to look for somebody that might be, accountable for a property that's abandoned or something. Taxes, are they paying taxes? So if somebody's paying taxes, that means somebody has.
Cared enough to pay the
Mhm.
If I may, Mr. Leon, and that's for certain, it's just, a lot of these properties have been there like that for
Yeah,
years.
yes.
I think it's best for us to show that we're now starting this fall. Now, let me ask you this,
And I agree.
is it just residential or are we looking at any commercial properties?
Oh,
that-
for commercial, like the slide I showed you, it was right off on the expressway, a big warehouse, all graffiti all over the place. To me, that was a nice, that was like a priority for me,
Yeah.
because we have a lot of investors coming into our city, and that's a big no-no. So,
At any buildings in the downtown area along Texas or Old 83, that we can start looking into those things, that either the owners start taking action and remodeling or doing something, or we start taking action and getting some of those old structures out.
exactly. So that's, again, that now had the Building and Standards Commission already, a goal. We're gonna go after those,
Yes, sir.
alright?
Hey, Mr. De Leon, on my personal behalf, I wanna thank you for the work you're doing and your staff. And we're here to work with our residents, not necessarily to punish them.
Yes, sir.
And we're seeing that, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leon.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to item C, presentation by SWG regarding status update on GIS map. The W of the SWG.
Been a long time with that, yes, sir, yeah. It's crazy things, third generation, my grandfather actually, after World War II, both of them started here in Mercedes. One was electric and one was civil, so
I think so, I think it's kind of far.
been fun, and continues on to be fun. First off, I'd like to just say, Randy Winston with SWG Engineering, it's our pleasure to be here to be able to talk about the GIS program, the GIS. I want to, really commend the city on it, because this is such an important step for planning, for studies, for continuing on with, the growth of the city that we're seeing. Before I continue on, though, I'd like to introduce Jose Reyes. He's our project engineer, he's been working on this project for a while. We've got Jacob Castellares, Jacob's one of our young engineers in the back, and we've got Rolando Garza. Rolando is AutoCAD tech and specialist is also a lot of ArcGIS, and he actually set up and did all of Wesicos also for their system too. So very, very knowledgeable with it. So glad to have them here. And if there was any other questions with it, I want to make sure that I had everybody here to answer your questions. So let me continue on. So the GIS covers three different main items. First off was the storm GIS. That has been completed. Mercedes has reviewed it. We've developed PDF maps, and there's online maps for that. So that's the first thing. And that was really through a water development board for a study of drainage and patterns and to have that information. And And commissioners, y'all may remember or may not have seen that, but there was so much good information that was found when you opened the manholes, when we finding out, hey, somebody threw slugs of concrete or trash and stuff. So a lot of great things happened out of that too, and cleaned up a lot of the areas while the mapping was going on. The waterline GIS map, that's been completed. City has reviewed that. We've also developed a PDF online maps also for that. And I'm just gonna pause there for just a minute. And as fast as the city's growing too, this is a living document. So every time a subdivision comes in, we really need to get, planning and make sure we get CAD drawings, get the shape files, bring them in and update these as we're moving along, because it's so important to have this documentation get updated as we're continuing on with it.
Hey, Brandon, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
For, you get accused of simplifying everything, so we've had a problem with somebody wanting to tap into the water somewhere that there hadn't been a house yet for a while, and we end up digging up the road multiple times trying to find it. Is this a cure for that? Are we done with those kind of things?
It will certainly help. There's sometimes, let me just say, sometimes there's multiple lines out there, but the meters have been tied down, the valve locations have been tied down, the hydrants have been tied down. So you've got much more data set now. The line wasn't dug out, so sometimes it could have like a 90 or a 45 on there that we just.
Well, we'll have a general idea of where it's at.
Much more accurately, yes, it was using through high precision GPS.
Cause like 2 weeks ago, I ended up at the high school because they had a major water line break on a 3-inch line inside. And apparently it was looped at some time, I guess, during the football field. And they couldn't find the other valve, so that's the kind of stuff that I'm saying.
Exactly, even those private lines within there, or like in the, like say in the outlet mall area, those are probably all private lines, they're not dedicated to the city. That information would still be great to have across.
So as we go, we can add it onto.
I would just say as part of your planning checklist, get that submitted in, so you'll have that easily obtainable while you're moving along, yes, sir. The last one's the sanitary sewer line GIS, it's in progress. City has partially reviewed that. This is the one that we've got some hold up on as we're moving along, and we'll go through and explain that. Thank you, gentlemen. So we just kind of wanted to show you how the data was collected. First off, some of the old maps were used to determine existing pipe layouts and sizes, and like I said, some of these are really old too. And so, trying to get that information. Field crew gathered points for the manholes, water meters, storm drains, inlets, and manholes, and documentation such as the subdivision plans and existing maps were used. But in a lot of cases, there was, I know between our departments, just was not there, right? So you're going on everything we can. So next slide, please. So what info is seen on the GIS map? So the water line info is displayed, size of the pipe, length of the pipe, water valves, hydrants, of course it's got the northing, easting, and elevation on it. Water meters, it's got northing, easting elevation. Be perfect setup for your water bottles too, that's necessary. Storm line info, size of the pipe, or the diameter, the material, the length of the pipe inverts upstream and downstream, pipe slopes, manhole grades, grades inlet, grade inlets, elevations, northing and easting and elevations within those two right there. Okay.
So go back?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that we're now, but because we saw it or because we had it on an old map, the material of the pipe, because I know that's really important, especially going with CIP and our future.
Right. This was visible verification within these. The water line itself, if it wasn't dug up, we're just calling out only the diameter.
Yeah, I know that one's gonna be hard, but on the
Yes.
storm one, I think it's.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So that one's visible as the covers or the inlets were popped open. Okay. This is just a screen capture of some of the storm GIS, zooming in on it, and I know it's real hard to to see that. We do have an interactive presentation if you would like, or wanna spend the time to kind of go in there and dive in. And I know I don't wanna burn up a whole lot of time tonight, but I just wanna say it is available. We can show that right now too. Let's continue on.
Are those outfalls or what?
Some of them are outfalls, but you mind going back forward? I'm sorry. And I know it's really small, hard to see that, but each one of those, like the circles would be your manholes, pipe sizes. Yes, or it have, so if you click on it, it would give you the elevations, the material size. Outfalls are identified. Mercedes, we don't have a whole lot of storm outfalls. You got the Arroyo Colorado and Mataquitas.
Yeah.
And a few ditches that lead to both of them, and of course the floodway structures. But we really don't have a whole lot in here compared to a lot of
And
other.
drains, is that different drains that are in like, I know in Texas and those areas on the south of those, there's hardly any drains. Is that gonna give us a picture of where there's a drain, where there's a?
It does, anything that we've got visible, I mean, that is there and visible, that it's been tied down. So I know it's gonna probably identify that we need much more improvements within
That's
the,
what I'm going with.
yeah. So we can take that and you can start running your models
I
with
was
it too.
figuring that area that had no red dots on it, it's
Yeah.
probably one of those streets we're talking about.
Yeah, and a lot of that's, it doesn't show, but the floodway itself is on the western side of the town too. Okay? This one, I'm sorry the arrow's kind of covering it up, but that's, if you look, you can see the different colors of the water lines. I think we've got the sizes turned on the left. And Rolando, what else is on the screen that I can't see from here?
Pretty much, what he's saying, the size of the water line indicated by the color of the lines there. If you zoom in, you should be able to see the size of the water lines that are indicated on the map.
And again, and I'm just gonna point out again, that the maps are so important, but remember, we've got a CCN that we work with. And you got a water CCN, you got a wastewater CCN that's bigger. Your wastewater CCN goes like the Indian Hills, and it's wider, it goes out to Capasayo Heights, and the water itself is in a smaller portion that your CCN does not go with.
So there was a concern that the scope of work didn't identify all the way out to our, what's that called?
CCN.
Yeah, I said, what's that called?
Right.
Are we covering ETJ then, or?
We didn't cover ETJ, but CCN, which would be the certified area that the cities would cover.
Okay, so
Because
technically we
we
did
can't go
through our
past
CCN, okay.
We amended and added all those items within there, because like I said, let's say your city limits, the water's falling pretty well on your city limits. But that sewer service, there was EDAP programs years back that the city initiated that went out and extended out. And those are those areas that were,
The continuing here was also Heidelberg and those.
yes, exactly, yes. So that's been identified and, on those maps, and I know we can look at that, and Rolando can probably jump in and tell us a little more about it here in a minute too, but let's go continue on, please. Okay, so, what do we see on the JS? This is the sanitary sewer side of it. Size of the pipe, material of the pipe, and when we say material of the pipe, that's if we can get in the manhole to see it, of course, right? The length of the pipe, manhole to manhole, manholes if the city crews, the manhole lid, if the city crews cannot open them, which we get the northing and easting. Manholes, if the city crews can open them, we can also get northing, easting, invert elevations, and certainly, I think that last word was depths.
So I guess that's indicating to us that there's some that we're not able to go.
And that's what I'm gonna show here soon, and lift station locations and the force main, so let's continue on. I think the next one shows that pretty well. Oh, I'm sorry that it's kind of losing some of the quality on the projector there, but the sewer map is got, Rolando was, I don't know how many miles, but we 811 manholes, and such that identify, that may be a better vision, in words versus the visual, but, so we've got 811, 696 have been surveyed. Problem, only 136 have been opened. And we could not open, or have opened, the city crew 558. 2 we know are bolted down, and 115 are probably, like the picture on the right, unknown location. They're covered by pavement or such like that. And so we know the contract on the sewer is extended longer than we ever wanted it to be too. But, you know, we understand between the public works and staff, that the manholes, could not open. And one of the other things also is a lot of times with these manhole covers, if you try to open them, or crews try to open them, or city crews try to open them, they will break and you have to replace them or else it becomes a danger. And so having those available, funds available is gonna be super important. So in order to access these manholes, new lids will need to be ordered to replace the ones that could be broken. And I know the city doesn't want to push.
So is that, sorry.
No, that's fine.
So, cause I was gonna say that, but I'm glad you said it first, right? And I'm always telling Albert to spend money and I get in trouble a lot. But, so if the manhole cover breaks, it's normally only the cover, not the whole manhole system, correct? So it's the cost of the cover.
Yeah, the cover and the ring, sometimes are just a cover to drop in, and I probably would recommend we go back to composite cover, just so it doesn't rust in places, or just I'm gonna call it a plastic type cover.
Yeah, I think that's the route we're going now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so you know, like I said, I know there's multiple ways, you know, you can bring it back to your truck out, try to pull the top off of it, but a lot of these are just, guys, they're sealed on and just won't get to it. So our solution is, hey, we're here and we can locate all the ones that need to be opened and identify it. We'll be out there as soon as the city crews can open it and get the traffic control ready. We'll be out there and tie down the rest of them as necessary for this to wrap it up. I know this is so important for y'all, for Javier, for studies, for future work that's needed. And, you know, like I said, we're here to stand by and finish up as we can for this, for sure.
Randy, I know that there's a master plan in the works with Nichols, and there's some manholes that have been identified. We know there's a large number that haven't been opened to be so.
Right.
We strategically identified through Teresa Nichols a set number that really need to be opened, that will be, I guess, directly tied to what they're doing on their end for the CIP plan and everything that we're trying to do. So I don't know, Mr. Alegria, there were several identified already. How many are still outstanding?
We identified all the 50, but 5 of them they were shut.
So out of the 50, you only have 5 left that need to be opened in order for the information to be supplied to police vehicles, because that ties into the work that they're doing.
Yeah, if we can get those particular ones, we'll go up and shoot them, so
Yeah,
we're more happy to.
We can take you to let you know where they're at. There's super trap, and we didn't wanna break the ring or.
Right, I
do some
don't
damage
understand.
to one of the trophies.
If we can coordinate with y'all or Javier directly on that, that's not a problem. Like, so we're, you know, the more information, the better for anybody, for the models and such like that, because you got the flow lines, you got the pipes, and I can tell you this, and so many locations across the valley I've worked also is, we've got a substandard, slopes and a lot of these, which was called, it was an old, Gulf Coast standard, and it was flatter than 2 foot per second. So knowing that information is super important on these type of situations.
Would it be, I know this is operational, but I mean, the right thing would be to just order the manhole cover. Is there a big lead time for those things? I mean, if you're already gonna go out there and go just look at it, when we actually need to shoot it and visibly inspect it, I mean, we can't just do the whole job?
So what takes time is to open. So if they can open them, they can then let them know, we've opened these manholes, go shoot them, so that we don't waste their time.
Oh, yes, no, I'm with you. I'm talking about the 5. What I'm saying is, we're gonna go out there and do the 5. Why don't we just go ready with what we need in case we break them? And just do it all at one time, as opposed to going back out there later on because we couldn't open them, just leave them unseen.
How many of those 50 broke?
No, he said only 5.
Only 5.
They can open this up.
So they can open this up.
They can open it.
So when they do the
No, go ahead.
Mayor, it's not just the cover, it's the concrete around it also.
Oh,
So,
The cages were, yeah.
right,
Okay, if I may, those are the intentions, we're gonna have to replace them either way.
get closer to it.
Mayor, City Council, those are the intentions, because eventually they're gonna end up breaking, so we're gonna replace them, we already have the inventory for this.
Okay,
So those, that's what we're gonna end up doing.
that's why I should have minded my own business, should have just started with that.
there's concrete involved. Concrete work, it's not just the cover.
And listen, we're doing this exact same thing on other locations across the valley right now. And believe me, it's like, oh, this lid's not a standard size, oh, this isn't right, So there's all kinds more, it's 3 inches too deep, like these pictures, and you gotta kind of adjust it. So a lot of times the contractors just, city is, having to do that. It does take time, but we're willing, as soon as, we stack up some for us, we'll run them out there, shoot it, add it to the list and update the GIS as we're moving along. And we do have the links here, we show it to you, but like I said, if you want us to do that, or we can.
Another one, I'd like to see it.
Sure, which one do you like to see,
Those storm suit.
Sure. Would you mind?
So, Randy, while that comes up,
Yes.
I know since I've been here, we've identified for your staff that we have one structure on the IBWC side that clearly all it does is dump water into the city. The concern I have,
One, what's it called?
that
5.
whatever, anyway, my question is, my concern is, how do we overcome the issue of, we've got pumps pumping water into the levee when
Yes.
we have heavy rainfall on this side.
Yes.
And it seems like we're doing it in several locations, and it looks like we're dumping water, at the same time it's coming back in to the city. I mean, that's a waste of energy and time.
It is.
How do we overcome that? Because we're gonna naturally be pumping water every time we have heavy rainfall.
Right,
But the effect of us doing that is basically coming back in
right.
through the gate structure, and obviously it's creating a situation with unemployment,
Absolutely.
okay?
I think there's gonna be a short-term and long-term solution. The short-term solution, and like I said, we all met with Cecile and talked to them about it and pointed this out to IBWC and it was a natural flow from many, many years ago. That was just a pathway it took across there. And then the floodway got built and they put a gate structure. They normally leave it open for, this is primarily Wesco and some of the other areas, water as it continues to go up and then it just drained back to the aqueducts. However, in a large storm event, you don't want that to be draining out there and pushing all that. So short term is to always get that shut after the rain event or the water comes up in the levees because that's so critical. Long term that I've been talking about with Cecile is how can we take and dig that hump out that's going to the north because it's with the low flows, it can't go north. It's just a couple across lake to the north. It's held back at that location.
But short term, we're wasting man hours, equipment, diesel, gasoline, whatever, pumps, time, and moving water to that side when it's just coming back in. It's a total waste of energy and time.
So it belongs, it belongs 100% to IBWC.
It's an IBWC license structure, yes, sir. It's I know we've had a lot of discussions on that. It's, I would certainly say we'd sit down and talk to IBWC about that. Again, small flows is not gonna be critical, but when that water comes up, and like you're saying, Albert, as soon as you start pumping into the floodway, why let it come right back
It
down?
reduces the capacity of moving water from the north part of town via aqueducts.
Right,
And until that's expanded, we're limited.
right.
So therefore, you're delaying water flow from the north that floods those areas from getting out of the city because we're entertaining IBWC dumping water in the city of Mercedes from West.
Absolutely. And I call some of this the sins of the past. We need to get this identified with IBWC and say, hey, listen, City of Mercedes wants to be in control of that structure. we want to be able to make that call when to close that off. I think that's,
We didn't have a capacity issue, it'd be a non-issue.
understand, I agree 100%, yes,
So
sir.
maybe it might be more palatable, I know because, I know it's been all the trying to get IBWC to do stuff, but.
Yeah.
And they're pretty proud of answering to the president. So, I mean, the only other thing would be that we do something about it being temporary, maybe that's something that said, look, we're increasing our capacity, we don't want to skunk West Coast. We're just saying that for now, because what happens is, like he's saying, it doesn't bother us any other time other than when there's no water.
Right.
So when they open it, we're already drowning over here when they're opening it, and West Coast still hasn't even started being underwater yet.
Exactly.
We're at the end of that
Right.
headway.
And we're not trying to push Wesco or neighbors off, but
Correct.
once that low flow gets too high, it needs to be shut. Like I said, it's a strange gate because that was a gate not to let water in, it was a gate to let water back out to the Anaquintas and go back to the
And maybe
south.
we can work with Wesco too, is wherever that drain starts, they can pump. And if they pump, that'll help us because it'll stay in the IBWC and it won't come into Anaquintas. Like I said, this can be temporary until, like he said, they expand it, but there's gotta be easier ways than, well, let's just put it in Mercedes right now while we get rain. And that's the issue. And so it's not like we're not trying to come up with solutions. We have solutions. If we close that gate, they can pump.
Right.
You know,
Oh, they will, right,
instead of us pumping
right,
and bringing it right through the gate,
right,
they can pump it, it'll stay in the system because it's closed.
right. And Dr. Saldana will know, behind the old family farm out there, the location, that's where some of the improved outfall is, and that's where I mandated that Mr. Cecine go ahead and get the pumps installed there too, because pumps from the Mid-Valley region are so critical, because once the water backs up in us, it's the only way to get that water out. So it's totally understood, and of course, we're increasing the capacity on the Anaquintas, on the outfall, not the crossings into the floodway, out from the Anaquintas back into North Colorado, and the detention area, but you don't want it to fill up with water. That sounds terrible, you don't want to store somebody else's water, that's designed to store, right, it's designed to store for.
Yeah, they're welcome to give it to us now while we don't have any water.
Keep in mind, Western has bigger pumps than us, so they're pumping a lot faster, so they're impacting us.
Right, yes.
And if you're part of the decision of the delivery of that message, we need them to know we're trying to come up with a solution for both of us.
Right.
It's not just us saying, don't send the water, we're saying, just help us when you're doing it.
Maybe we can take Mr. Sullivan over at ABWC and sit down and discuss this again.
And better to do it now than,
When we're closed.
than after another flood event.
Absolutely, yes, yes.
Sorry, man.
No, I like talking about stormwater too, it's fun. So we've got a portion of the map filled in. Jacob, you wanna explain or zoom in on an area that you wanna pick on and kind of take a look?
Yeah, so once you click on the pipe, it'll show you guys the lengths, the type of material, the diameter, the
Can
flows.
you read it out just cause it's pretty hard to read there?
Yeah, so this first top one is it'll show you the layer and the 24-inch RCP. As you can see, I clicked on this pipe right here. It's about 350 in length, diameter 24 inches. You got the flow upstream and the flow downstream and the flow direction, showing you the slope as well through those pipes. And if you click on one of those little circles or squares, they'll tell you what it is, either a manhole or grade inlet or an A inlet, and then it'll also give you the elevation, the flow line, and how many pipes are coming into that manhole. As well as gives you the northern and eastern facilities. That's what that storm shows you.
So Mayor, this could be downloaded and put in with the county's GIS system. It could be all overlaid and such, and I'd even recommend getting in this putting in the DD #1 down there too.
That said that they welcome it, so I just didn't know if it was the same format.
Yes, it'll come in right into their system. Yes, sir. Yes.
I would recommend, I don't know if we can get any action on that, but if it was just me, I'd say let's just do it. And just for everybody's information, I sit on the advisory committee for the drainage and basically what we're saying is the drainage district, if you want to, you can go onto the drainage district and you can pull up all the work that they're doing. It includes what it costs, where they're working, how long it's gonna take, where it's at on the process percentage wise. And they're allowing us to overlay our map on there so that we just go in, gives us a much better idea of where we're at.
Yes, thank you. Great information, more information the better. And that's really it. I'd be more than happy to try to entertain any other questions that anybody may have.
How much longer?
You tell us when we're ready to jump and get the rest of that picked up. Yes, sir. I know it's been a long drawn out, but we're ready to close out that sanitary site.
But this is, I mean, for the portions that are already complete, it's ready for,
It's hot.
to be placed on whatever platform we choose to share it on so that people can access it and see what's out there and so forth. So that's great.
And obviously, we have to have a policy, I know we already talked about it, where every time we make a change, or anything that somebody needs to go on there and do it, it just needs to be part of our process in the city, right?
It certainly makes sense. It would be a living document as it's moving along. Yes, we recommend it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Randy, appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time. Thank you all.
Moving on to item D, presentation of water treatment plant solid handling report by Reason.
Do we need to figure out that the pointer doesn't work and that you'll have to do slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Now it's deer season, but
So while we're waiting, can you touch on, or someone from your group can touch on the data that, I think we've already been supplied one file, a preliminary file with some data to your, what your efforts are underway. How much of that data was able to be used, or what are we looking for that on the GIS side we still are lacking?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer your questions there. I'm not sure how to ask. I can ask somebody else and get the answer to you.
Okay.
I can answer that.
Okay, there you go. Awesome.
Chris Nichols. So we used all the water data for the GIS, all that was complete for the most part. On the wastewater side, it's just the manuals, a lot of the manuals and lines weren't shown on the maps, that's what we, so we came up with manuals that are remaining that we needed, so we could complete our study.
Okay.
So that's what we're still waiting.
So once we get you the data on those 50, which I think we got 5 that haven't been opened, we should then be able to complete it for a piece of the puzzle that's essential to your part. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, that's a priority for us, Mr. Alegría.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're gonna address it right away as soon as we.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Callahan. I'm here representing Teresa Nichols. Tonight, we are here to talk to you about the water treatment plants and the solids handling process that you guys have and the bench and pilot scale studies that you guys commissioned and that we reviewed and then provided a memorandum on those results and our analysis of those results. So quick rundown, I know this looks like a lot, but there's only 10 slides, so I'll try and move through them quickly, but if at any time there is something you'd like me to expand on, please really stop. I have no problems expanding on some of these aspects that can be a little bit more technical. So we'll go first and we'll review what you guys currently have at your water treatment plant, and then we'll review the recommendations that we made in our memorandum based off the bench scale and pilot scale studies on dewatering process. We'll talk about the typical project framework for a public works project and the next steps, where we're at in those steps. Go over a couple frequently asked questions about how we progress through that. And then go into, we have our funding specialist, Mark Evans, on the line, and we'll talk about some public funding options from the Texas Water Development Board that we started to put together. Next slide. So currently here, this is a picture of what is known as a solids holding tank. So we have dirt, sediment, other items in your water that we want to remove. When we remove it, it comes out mostly water, about 0.5% solids, and it goes into this basin. What it does, it sits in this basin. We return some of the water when it's decanting back to the head of your plant through treatment. And then the solids we try to remove and are put into these 25 cubic yard containers with filter mats in them, also known as the sedimentation tanks. Right now, they're a little bit overloaded. I say a little bit, they're a lot of it overloaded, and right now we're only being able to get your solids to 2 to 5% thickness. That means that's 98, 95% water that right now is being hauled and trucked. So it is hauling water right now. Right now, the estimated annual cost, say we're getting it to about the average, we're seeing $372,000 a year on hauling costs of these solids that aren't fully dewatered, they're thickened. Next slide, please. So our technical memorandum, what we did was, the city and Friesen Nichols coordinated with different manufacturers to run bench and pilot scale studies. If you can go to the previous slide real quick, I'd like to show a difference real quick. So right here, we have a kind of blue water, and then back to the next slide, we have a brown water. So the brown water is, this basin isn't mixed naturally. This is a pilot scale study. Pilot scale means it's done at the site at a size that is typical for what we might expect for the process. What they want to do is they mix the whole basin to get a homogeneous fluid that they can then treat consistently and have a product that they can treat consistently. They know how much polymer dewatering agent to add to their process. So that's one of the recommendations we'll have, and I'll get into that. But the point being that it's a good example of what a pilot study looks like at your facility. A bench scale study is done in a laboratory setting. We ship about 5 gallons of this water, mixed water, to the manufacturers. They apply pressure to it that you would see or expect to see, and we get by these dewatering technologies, and we get those results back in a report the same as a pilot scale, just on a different scale in terms of how much water is being tested. So after the analysis of these bench and pilot scale studies, our memorandum, we recommended to move forward with a centrifuge dewatering technology. This was because we saw, and we'll go through these in the next couple slides, the results were consistently the driest solids produce the driest cake, meaning the least amount of water. That means the city is hauling less water per container moved. It has the smallest footprint out of any of the processes we reviewed. And the operations staff we talked to here, I think Eric's here, highly recommended based off his experience with the centrifuge, getting to see the operation of it. That was their preference, and I can tell you, there's a joke, is operators, they make things work, and if they want something, that's usually what's gonna work. So it's something that we take highly, and we really appreciated Eric's input there, so thank you very much. Any questions on that? Okay, moving on, the other recommendations we had there, if you can go back one slide, were just 2 small items, which were to set our basis of design using our preliminary design, to just reassure that we've got the correct site layout that we want, and that we've got the electrical capacity and how we're gonna do our electrical designs. So now we can go to the next slide, please. This was our dewatering test results from the pilot and bench scale studies of different processes. Bell filter press, centrifuge, our multi-disc screw press, we had a bench scale and a pilot scale, and then a standard screw press, which was done on a bench scale. You can hit the button real quick, we'll have an animation show. our preference for the centrifuge showing that we had a feed solids of 0.6%, meaning 99.4% water coming in, 6.6% solids. Leaving, we had 35 to 37% solids, or 65 to 63% water. So a drastic reduction, by far the most efficient technology shown up here. And of course, every percentage of cake, or every percent of water we're moving, we are reducing that amount of solids that we need to handle in terms of volume. The next slide, or not next slide, yeah, that's perfect. We did want to point out there was some inconsistencies on the multi-disc screw press. We had both the bench scale and the pilot scale study produce widely varying results. This inconsistency can introduce some uncertainty into design, some risk into our design, and making sure that we're providing the correct technology for this application. And unfortunately, the manufacturer who had done these doesn't have a water treatment plant installation that we can compare it to. Dewatering water treatment plant solids is relies on chemistry, but also relies on physical properties of the sludge, and that can be different depending on what your raw water source is. So it's difficult to kind of look at that data and say we have a clear view of what it's gonna produce. We know it's gonna work, we know it's gonna dewater solids, but to what degree is maybe the uncertainty that we have on that screw press, the multi-disc screw press. We can go to the next slide, please. So we then put together a review of the estimated construction and operational costs. The operational costs are annual average. You can click real quick. We recommended the centrifuge, and so you can see here we've updated the OPCC based off of discussions with Javier. This now shows the holding pond mixing system that we've recommended so that we can get that homogeneous product as they showed in their pilot scale testing. And it also includes a three-sided metal building to reduce the use of insulation and provide better freeze protection while allowing operators more efficient access to the dewatering equipment. So you can see here that the estimated annual average savings from that is about $312,000 to $313,000 per year. That's because we've taken from hauling 99 to 97% water, we've reduced that down to 65% water. So that's the main goal of this process. Any dewatering that we can get to this high of 35% solids is considered extremely good. It's not typical, usually we see it closer to 30%. So this is, we think, a pretty good application for this centrifuge. So that was the review of the memorandum. Did anyone have any questions specifically on the memorandum before I move into the next steps?
So any of those solutions, I mean, in order for us to go forward, for installation of turnkey operation, it needs to be engineered plans, and they have to be approved by TCQ, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we'll get into those right now, actually. So, right now, what I've put up here is the public framework project. So, because we're doing a project that impacts your process at a water treatment plant, TCQ requires, and Javier has been in contact with the TCQ about this specific project, and they have confirmed what is our understanding is that this process needs to go through a full plan and spec review. Those plans and specs need to be sealed and signed by a professional engineer, and they need to go through the full review process by TCQ before construction can progress.
Is that cost included in your estimate of what it would cost to install them? To build it out?
Turnkey,
The 2.4?
That is a construction estimate, so that includes everything besides design, survey, but it includes everything of general contractor to come in, purchase the equipment, put down a slab, install conduit, install your new VFD if needed, your panels, your controls.
I get all that, but what I'm saying, it doesn't include the cost of engineering.
It does not
Plan and
include,
design, engineering, all that's not included.
no, that is the opinion of construction
So
costs.
it's additional costs.
And what's the average lately on that? Is it 7-10%? What, more or less, industry average?
I cannot have that number.
Why would that be excluded? Is there variables that make that fluctuate based on the technology used or?
It depends highly on the complexity of the project, the design, in terms of.
That's why it was excluded, because it's hard to estimate that.
It goes through a full contracting process through our Freeze and Nichols, we go through our principals, and everyone goes through review the contract, the scope, to make sure that we're providing a full scope of services for the design, to make sure that when there is risk and uncertainties and the project in terms of understanding where our electrical connections are gonna be, where's that decant, where's that wastewater going, what pipes are there, what's under the ground, that kind of stuff. And then, of course, the full design to create the plans and specs, using CAD, using our engineering team to develop that needs to be worked out through calculated hours and stuff.
But it does include the construction costs.
Yes, that is a full construction
How do
cost.
you estimate construction costs if you don't have design?
So the construction cost is a planning level. It's an OPCC, that is a 10% consistency. We estimate that it's anywhere from -20% to plus 30% of the
You just use
number of
it
it.
like a
Hey,
multiplier.
I hate to put you on the spot, Randy, but would 10% be way off mark of more or less what an engineer usually does on these big projects? Is that like, doesn't have to be an exact amount, is that kinda, I'm just trying to figure out in my head how much this is gonna cost.
Right. And Freeze and Nichols probably has.
Yeah.
It's typical, just like he's mentioning, in terms of the complexity of it. So, I mean, that could vary all the way from a large scale, lower percentages up, it could be all the way from, I would say, not to speak for Freeze and Nichols, but typically 8 to 12%.
Between that area.
Depending on the complexity of the design.
That's all, that's what, I just wanted to have an idea if it was 1% or 50, so that's good, thank you.
No, great question. Yeah, of course. So right now we're in the feasibility study phase of this project. We've kind of completed our initial understanding of what we want accomplished. We've seen that we've got a bunch of water that we're hauling that we'd like to remove. We know generally we have a recommended treatment process that we think we should move forward with in design. So the next steps is to secure funding and to secure engineering services. Following that, we go into preliminary and final design, where we set our basis of design, we understand, we coordinate with the city regarding the site layout, regarding preferences on materials, equipment, and process control. We then develop our drawing specifications. We move into that regulatory coordination that I discussed earlier, and we produce a final cost estimate that has a much lower range of expected variance. And then we go into procuring that contractor, who then procures the dewatering equipment and constructs your new dewatering facility. So a couple frequently asked questions that we get on this type of process is regulatory coordination required for our project? Even if we use, say, a temporary or mobile dewatering systems, the answer is yes. TCEQ has answered this question specifically with Javier about, it doesn't matter if it's temporary, you are changing a process to a public works, specifically one that impacts public health and safety in terms of your water treatment that is delivered to your citizens here. So the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality will require the submittal of those drawings and specifications as prepared by the professional engineer to their review team before construction can begin.
So it's not that it can't, because maybe I misunderstood what I was told, but it's not that it can't be mobile, it just has to be engineered.
Correct.
Well, okay, alright, that's interesting, alright, thank you.
It is our recommendation to use a permanent,
Sure,
installation.
but it doesn't have to be.
Correct.
And would that change the cost of the 2.4 million
Yes.
significantly?
next question is, do you need engineering services? Texas does have a law requiring that an engineer sign any public work project involving electrical or mechanical engineering, the project is anticipated to exceed $8,000.
So maybe more than 8,000.
And then is public funding available? So we get this question a lot. Yes, there's ways. The Texas Water Development Board is the most well-known way, and it's usually the most straightforward way. They offer grants, low-interest loans, and other cost-effective solutions that we can explore. We have an example on the next slide that goes over a quick 20-year loan example. If I mess up anything, Mark, I think you're on the line. Feel free to chime in. This is an example of a non-equivalency 20-year loan program, right? So on the bottom, highlighted in red, we've got total payments, cost over 20 years, and the average annual requirement paid. So on the bottom of this slide, what we have is that estimated annual savings that we talked about earlier from switching from not dewatering your solids, that's current operations, to dewatering your solids. And then the annual payment that we have here and showing the net annual average savings after that payment is made. We still come out to about $154,000 in savings.
After 20 years?
After 20 years, this is on a 20-year loan, I believe.
No, it would go up after 20 years.
The number would go up after 20 years, sorry, that is every year between 0 and 20 years. And that 20-year loan is shown as an example because it's one of TWDD's standards. They do allow different loan periods. And Mark, is there anything you'd like to elaborate on? I don't know if he can speak, if he's.
On the phone?
Mark is on the phone.
Nope, we don't hear it.
You're rolling the spaghetti out there.
One more thing, I'll cover it.
Yes.
Yes, the total board, you can see that, what's up there on the market rate, the market, it's assuming, AA borrower for municipality. Right now, TBD's published rate is 3.14, and so they just, subsidize a percentage of that. So in this particular, program, the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, they take 30 to 40% off whatever that rate is. And so then, so that's what they offer, that 2.2%, so it depends on what the city's borrowing rate is, and then depending on if you're looking at a 20-year term or 30-year term, they just help with the financing of those projects.
He should be okay.
So I have another question. So I know the food press can be put on a trailer because they brought it over here and used it. Can the centrifuge do the same thing?
You can get a picture of it, I don't know.
If you go back to the slide 3,
Because I don't think
yeah,
if we're gonna afford something, it's gonna have to be on a trailer. I don't know about those three bit.
Slide which?
the third slide, please.
It's only one.
Yeah, one more, sorry. So this is an example, this is the centrifuge trailer mounted pilot. This is something that usually we recommend against for multiple.
That's like an 18-wheeler?
Yeah, that came in on a semi truck, correct, Eric?
That's not the 2.4 million that you showed up there, right? This is a different cost, or is that 2.4 million?
This is not 2.4 million, no.
Maybe pretty, you went over all this, so I was there.
No, I'm not asking how much it costs, I'm saying, all this.
I guess he's asking like, is that what you get for 2.4 is something on the gooseneck,
Yeah. I'm saying, I'm gonna give you guys an example of how I explained it to everybody I've talked to this about. So, when I buy a car, I gotta decide if I can afford a sunroof and heated seats, or if I just gotta turn the car on before I get in and let it heat up, right? And that's kind of where we were at here. We weren't trying to spend $3 million. That's not how all this started. It was trying to save us money. And we certainly didn't talk about getting into 20 years worth of debt either. So that's why the questions are, just to give you some idea of why we're asking the questions we're asking. So,
Absolutely, and I think, you know, the payback period in terms of money saved versus, you know, when is that payback period in terms of like the money saved versus some of those loans? The loan amount for a 20-year, you would have saved within about 10 years. And so, again, that loan amount can be changed.
but if we put it on the trailer, it would be less amount. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes,
And the technologies are there.
About 50%.
What's that?
About 10%, about 50%.
it's the same, you know, when you reduce, you know, some of the access to this equipment, you introduce risk in the operations and maintenance of that equipment, right? Because you combine everything into a very small area, you've restricted access to it, which we've seen on plants, what can happen is it becomes much more difficult for your operations staff to consistently maintain it, to keep it clean, to keep it sheltered from freeze protection when it needs freeze protection. Those trailers usually don't have a long life, they break down easily in wind and rain and moisture. They can become a hazard because the floor breaks out from underneath them, water collects, it can lead to other issues, so you are introducing risk at the expense of a reduced capital, so that's kind of the trade-off there.
Go ahead.
No, that, sorry, I reached the end, but the TWD funding was the end of the presentation, I apologize.
Well, all right, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Yeah, please let us know if you have any more questions.
Sure, thank you. Presentation, NatBank funding opportunities.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. We, as you all know, we had a meeting with NatBank about 2 weeks ago. It was a good meeting. We talked about the needs in Mercedes, the projects that we can develop through NatBank opportunities. And Ivan here with Rio Delta was in that meeting, if whoever was there can recall. And Ivan is here to present on NatBank opportunities, since he's the one that initially introduced us to the NatBank folks, the technical side. And he's done some very successful projects with NatBank, and he's just gonna give us some examples of what we can do, strategies to secure funding for different types of projects through NatBank and Water Development Board. And he's also working on the Mile 8 Sewer Extension Project, which is an EPA grant that we have. So this is Ivan.
Well, welcome, Ivan, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon, Ivan Garcia with Rio Delta Engineering, like Javier was saying. And just to, I guess, expand a little bit on what Javier was saying, the meeting with NatBank a couple of weeks was very successful. We had a very good conversation with the incoming director and all of his staff here in City Hall, well, actually in the library. And we went over different things from the funding programs to potential projects that the city has that may be applying, right? And try to develop an effective funding strategy for the capital improvement plan that the city currently has, right? About $45 million in projects that are in, I guess that the city is wanting to do to try to, I guess, alleviate infrastructure issues and different things, right? So that meeting went real well. A week after, which was last week, we had another meeting with just Carlos Acevedo, who is the project manager, I guess the engineer in charge of all the projects within the region from, I guess, Brownsville all the way to El Paso. So basically, he's the eyes of the NatBank for the planning, design, construction of all the projects throughout here. And I'm not sure how familiar everybody is with the NatBank itself, but this is a bi-national institution with, I guess his base is in San Antonio. They fund projects on both sides of the border, on the Mexican side and the US side,
for about 62 miles on the North American side and about 100 miles into Mexico, right? They're in essence a bank, but they are federally funded through EPA and CONAGUA from Mexico, which is the equivalent to EPA kind of. So they do mostly environmental related projects, right? Meaning water, sewer, drainage. Now they're doing energy efficient. I don't know if you heard about that $200 million battery project that is in the McCook area. They're funding that project in conjunction, well, they're funding a portion of that project. So they have been around for a while. It's a funding source for most of the bigger infrastructure projects that have been done here in the Valley, in conjunction with Texas Weather Board, USDA, and some other, different funding applications. But just to give you a brief, overview of some of the potential funding opportunities the city will have to fund these projects. Because the goal of the meeting was, like I said, to develop effective funding strategy for all these projects. They have some programs and some loans, grants that they offer, right? But so does Texas Water Development Board, right, and USDA. So the idea here is to, start building up our toolbox, right, and try to get all those options to be presented to the city and see what's more beneficial, right? One of the and I'm gonna go very briefly about some of the things that we discussed. They have one program that it's called the Community Assistance Program, right, which is a CAP. Those are smaller grants, about $750,000. They just require, for example, a 10% match from the city. And if you have a project that is about $750,000 and you apply within 6 months, which is more or less the time it takes from application to funding, assuming you meet all the requirements, you can get that money and start that project, right? So the city has different things and different needs, right? So the idea, for example, with that one would be, I know in the wastewater treatment plant, there's a lot of needs and different things, right? But if we can group some of those things into a $750,000 project, for example, we can apply for it. And within 6 months, we can probably be in construction. So those are some of the options that are available. There's another program.
If I may add,
Yes.
some of the items we touched on, that there are TCQ violations of the water tanks. Those need to be repaired. And those are about ranging in the $300,000 to $400,000 area each. Yes. So, and I know there's a deadline in January.
January the 8th.
Yeah,
That's,
so those would be cool.
We are familiar with the application process. The initial application, let's call it a pre-application. It's a very straightforward technical memorandum with a cost estimate and a brief explanation of what the project is. You submit that, some information on the applicant, which in this case would be the city, and it goes through the review process. Then after that, it's, let's say, administratively complete, right? Then the back and forth starts, right, about financials and more technical information, design and different things, right? So if the city desires, there's an opportunity there. The deadline is January 8th, it's closed, but we feel very comfortable that if something gets put together, that can be submitted.
Go ahead.
Are these competitive or are they competitive against a standard and then funded?
Yes, about the ranking. They have different ways of ranking projects, right? The idea here is to present a project in a way that would rank the highest, right? From issues that are having violations, and those give extra points. Exactly. Exactly, overflows on lift stations, things like that are, because this is all funded by EPA. So the health, it's a main concern that they have, right? So anything related to the first-time sanitary sewer service. I know here in City of Mercedes, the water table is so high, septic tanks don't work, right? So I think the Capizal project is addressing exactly that, right? So that would be a perfect project for them to look at that would allow a higher ranking, right?
So this funding by the EPA, is it all just or is it a loan?
For example, for that specific program, the CAP, it's about, let's say you get a $750,000 grant, but you would have to do a 10% match. So in essence, an additional $75,000 would be, and it could be towards engineering or whatever contribution to the project.
It's also in kind.
Yeah. And that's just one option, right? Another option that they have is the BEEF program, which is their bigger infrastructure project. I was mentioning to Mr. Perez and Javier and the mayor that the day that we met, that a few years back, we worked with North Alamo Water Supply on a project where they built a new wastewater treatment plant. We built about 4 lift stations where we provided first-time sewer service to about 500 residents, right? So the project was about a $15 million project. It was a combination of Texas Water Development Board and NatBank funding, right? First, Texas Water Development came in with a loan grant package through the EDAP program, which is the Economically Distressed program. They were offering about close to 85% grant just with that program alone. So there was additional funding needed, right? That was not a grant. But NatBank, for example, in that specific program, they approached us because they could work concurrently with Texas Water Development Board. And then I was trying to complement each other and try to fund these projects, these bigger projects, right? So they came in with an additional $2.5 million in grant to complement the funding, I guess, that we were needing, which at the end turned out about over 90% grant on the overall project, right? So where I was trying to develop that strategy, and we were able to successfully get to that point where the funding agencies were cooperating, we maximized the amount of grant, we presented the projects in a way that they were ranked the highest. I remember for that funding cycle, it was the #1 project in the state because of all the issues that they had with nuisance, septic tanks overflowing, first-time sanitary sewer service. They were targeting designated colonias by the Attorney General list. So all of that, kind of like looking at all the guidelines, we try to group this project or build this project in a way that would have the better chance to rank higher. Because it's a lot of how you present it and targeting those needs, and we know we have those needs and we can put together a good project, right? So with that specific program, they can fund about up to $8 million more or less in grants, right? And out of a $30 million project, which doesn't necessarily mean that you have to apply for a $30 million project. Said you can do a combination, try to max out that grant, and then complement the other one with a Texas Water Development Board funding or a small loan, right? Another thing to highlight is that, for example, for that specific program, the BEEF, they fund 100% of the planning, which includes your preliminary engineering reports and environmental studies, which is critical for any funding application or any, I guess, looking for funding activities, right, that you need. And that's 100% grant. The other thing is that they fund 50% of the design, full-blown design, up to $500,000, which is a really good deal. And the other half can be, for example, funded by Texas Water Development Board, by another funding agency, or even a match by the city, right? And when it goes to construction, again, if you have a project that it's about $8 million, it will be 100% grant. So the idea here is, again, to develop an effective funding strategy and try to utilize the best from each of the funding agencies, right? Trying to rank this project higher, as high as we can, with first-time sanitary sewer service, targeting colonias, overflows, nuisance issues, high water tables, and do this. Right now, you already have a capital improvement plan, which is a very good starting point. You already have a list of projects, the costs, the needs, you have identified those. I think the idea now would be with for example, with the work that Free Nichols is doing and the city as a whole, try to prioritize those projects and put together a funding package that we could sit down, for example, with Texas Water Development Board and say, hey, we have a $50 million project or a $20 million project that we want to do. What options do you have available? What are the timelines? What are the cycles? Where do we fall on the funding cycle? Because a lot of it, it's not just that the money's available, it's the timing, right? Because they might have the money, but we're already behind on the timing cycle, right? Or they have 3 or 4 big projects where they already committed the funds, and then we're gonna have to wait a few years, right? So it's all about that. But the first step would be, and again, we had another meeting last week with Carlos Acevedo, with the project engineer from NatBank, and we worked with him on these past 2 projects. The other project that I forgot to mention was with Rio Grande City. With Rio Grande City, the city was able to secure funding for the wastewater treatment plant expansion, and again, first time sanitary sewer service, lift station and collection system. So Texas Water Development Board came in with, I believe it was like a $7 million funding package for the expansion of the plant. Out of that, they gave the city around 70% loan forgiveness, which is kind of like a grant, right? But specific to that program. The other, about $8 million that the collection system was gonna fund, NatBank is funding all that construction to a grant. So at the end, they got 70% loan forgiveness on the 7 million, and then 100% grant on the 8.
Wow.
So it's a proven, I guess, strategy. It's just a matter of putting the project together and start knocking on those doors, setting those pre-application meetings, and try to develop that funding strategy.
I have a question real quick.
Yes, sir.
So it's all grant, or is there gonna be a loan every now and again?
It depends on where the project ranks. The higher it ranks, the more grant ratio it gets, but it's up to $8 million, for example.
So let's say that we did get a partial loan or what have you, what would the interest rate look, something there?
Yes, that would be something that would have to be analyzed by your financial advisors and all that as far as the debt ratios and all that, because it goes through the financial reviews like any other loan, right? For example, with NatBank, since it's more of a bank, right, that gets funding through EPA, I think the interest rates are a little bit higher, for example, than the subsidized loans from Texas Water Development Board, right? So the idea here would be that if there is a loan component, what's the best deal that the city can get, right? Even from one or the other.
Okay, so in the event of, there's a possibility that the loan would be needed, right?
Yes, and again, once you submit the application, you don't have to, I guess, go through the process all the way to closing, right? You can not accept the loan, right, and keep looking.
But then we wouldn't have full funding for the project.
Correct, I mean.
And Mikey, the reason why I'm asking is because we already gotta put up 10%. We do get grant money, but then if we don't qualify for the whole thing, we gotta go out for a loan, then we gotta pay that loan back with interest, correct?
Correct. And one of the main things here is that, and again, it's very specific for every city, right? For every municipality, debt ratios, right? How much debt you can take, and working with your financial advisors, trying to establish that as a max, right? And try to get everything else as a grant, right? To be able to fund it, because if not, we're gonna be limited by that.
I mean, that's the hope, right, that it can be funded grant, but there's a possibility that it may not be all the way through.
There's a possibility. But again, I'm just bringing all these, or explaining all these, just so that everybody's aware of the options that are out there. But the next step would be, for example, to, like I said, put together like a preliminary project and set up, for example, a pre-application meeting with Texas Water Development Board. And NatBank will be involved in that meeting as well, and see how we can come up with something that the city, one, can afford, and two, that would help, I guess, address the needs or the immediate needs, right, that the city has. And that's on my end. That's, I just wanted to briefly go over what happened this past couple of weeks. I'm entertaining for any questions that the commission might have.
I'm good too.
Very good.
Thank you, we appreciate it, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm requesting that, I have some legal issue that I need to discuss with some of the stuff that, I'd like to discuss in executive session. If I could have a motion, entertain a motion.
Go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and entertain go to executive.
A motion by Commissioner Martinez, I have a second by Commissioner Garcia, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed, same sign, motion carries, it is 8:20.
Makes me get longer.
Yeah. All right, it is 11:16. I call this meeting back in session. Moving on to item 7A, awarding contract to Ambiotech regarding integrated technical managerial financial utilities enterprise assessment and strategic funding plan proposal. That was a mouthful.
Mayor, I go ahead and I'll make a motion to agree, as long as we have the, review by legal and negotiation with, our city manager.
We have a motion by Commissioner Martinez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Moving on to item B, approval of contract with Ziona Entertainment.
So Mayor, we have, let me see, hold on. This is a contract, it's a renewal, but I kind of have, the owner of this is the signage we've set up in Mexico. So I wanted to introduce Paula. Quería introducirla porque este es el segundo año que renovamos el contrato, y está trabajando en mejorar los signs que tenemos en México. Javier los ha visto porque Javier
Al lado mexicano.
sí, en el lado mexicano, estamos por
They're beautiful.
la dejo que explique ella.
Ok, mi nombre es, antes que todo, gracias por permitirme estar aquí unos 5 minutos, aquí con ustedes. Mi nombre es Miriam Cantú, soy CEO de Suárez Entertainment. Ya tenemos un año dando el servicio de señalización turística hacia el puente internacional de FAR y el de Anzaldúas y todo lo que es la trayectoria saliendo del aeropuerto hacia los puentes internacionales. ¿Sí tienen una imagen de lo que es?
Sí, sí.
Ok, con este proyecto captamos alrededor de 600,000 personas al mes.
¿Cuánto?
Como 600,000, porque estamos dándole como plus una publicidad extra en todas las redes sociales de Facebook, de los grupos sociales, y estamos atacando mucho lo que es Texas, Tamaulipas y Nuevo León, llegando a todos los grupos sociales de Facebook. Son grupos empresariales, son grupos de inversionistas, y hay grupos de personas así como consumidores como nosotros, ¿verdad? Y estamos llegando a mucha gente.
¿Cuál es el nombre? ¿Cómo se llama para si lo buscaran en el Facebook?
En el Facebook debe de aparecer cuando le buscan como Mercedes.
Ah, bueno.
Por ejemplo, este es un grupo, dice inversionistas de México, donde los promociona a ustedes. Nomás ese tiene 100,000 personas.
Inversionistas, ok.
Es un ejemplo. Negocios de San Antonio, aquí son 86,000 personas. Entonces estoy estudiando como una antesala del proyecto que viene en puerta, que es el turístico, que va a ser un poquito más, que se involucra en las ciudades. Esta es una antesala. Estamos en presencia promocionando la inversión y todo de la ciudad de Mercedes. Ya tenemos un año promocionando. Este es el negocio que estamos promocionando por las redes. Por eso estamos llegando a mucha gente. Y realmente el paquete que están pagando es relativamente muy poco, porque...
Creo que conozco este muchacho ahí.
Porque es una revista aquí, las que tienen más tirajes cada revista, son 330,000 revistas. Y lo mínimo que cobran así por una hoja son $1,000.
Sí, sí.
Tienen que ver 20 veces una revista para alcanzar a la gente que está obligando a nosotros tan poquito. Ya nos estamos apoyando. Bastante apoyo porque nos conviene, porque viene un proyecto donde se van a involucrar, ya está FAR, está Edinburgh, está Mission, ya se están involucrando las ciudades con ese nuevo proyecto, que ya va a ser un boom. Vamos a meterle como $6,000 a $7,000 en publicidad online, ¿verdad? Para estar atacando por todos lados. Una de las ciudades, por ser nuestro cliente, van a estar en la homepage de la página. Este es un ejemplo del proyecto que viene. Déjame buscar ustedes. Ya están cansados, ¿verdad?
No, pero estamos comenzando.
Por ejemplo, la página va a tener así un ejemplo, donde van a entrar cuando estén dándole clic al QR de Mercedes, donde vamos a promocionar todos los lugares gratis de la ciudad, un parque, vamos a ir a la gente, a divertirse, unos patrocinados que vamos a buscar localmente.
Mira quién está,
Aquí va a estar el jefe.
El mero mero.
Sí, porque es el
No me conocí sin
ahí
sombrero.
va a aparecer, aquí vamos a promocionar las ciudades que están participando en la primera etapa. Estamos empezando, programándolo empezar en abril, si Dios quiere, y aquí va a empezar Tamaulipas también. Aquí están las ciudades de Tamaulipas. Igualmente en Tamaulipas, cuando se entre Reynosa, por ejemplo, que ya es uno de los que ya están con nosotros, del mismo modo, está el mismo concepto, está el presidente de Reynosa. Aquí estamos promocionando, igual que ustedes, la inversión, propiedades, todo en renta, y vamos a promocionar para la gente que vea que hay oportunidades de inversión en la ciudad. Y aquí están las ciudades participantes del mercado de Discover, Texas, y acá viene Mercedes. Y continuamos, viene un boom, buenísimo. Y esto nomás es una antesala. Ya está enterado mi amigo de todo el proyecto.
So, ahora lo que le va a agregar a los signs que tiene es el QR code.
Lo que pasa es que cada ciudad participante va a poner algo gratis. Por ejemplo, unos dicen voy a poner una revista, van a promocionar, por ejemplo, Discover Mercedes, y ponen el QR y ponen su promoción. Están poniendo el QR, van a poner el QR del proyecto, pero así cada ciudad van a dar algo, van a unas revistas, unos panorámicos, y yo me atreví a decirles a las ciudades porque todos preguntan, oye, ¿qué va a poner Mercedes? Dije, en cada anuncio del puente Anzaldúas y en el puente ¿cómo se llama? De FAR, van a poner un QR grande, o dice Discover Mercedes, Texas, y el QR grandote entre los pies del anuncio. ¿Sí han visto los anuncios?
No.
En uno de los anuncios tenemos tenemos el mall.
Estos son.
Ahí está.
No cualquier ciudad. Yo tengo 15 años dándole servicio a FAR de este servicio. No cualquiera lo tiene. Son permisos federales, que están en área federal. Nadie tiene, nomás yo doy el servicio. Vean.
Ahí está el Crown.
De aquí entre las patas vamos a poner QR. A ver cómo nos las empeñamos, pero grandote, y también llegando del aeropuerto vamos a poner uno más grandecito para el QR de Discover Mercedes. Vamos a lo grande.
Oye, el mayor quiere estar salir con el sombrero.
¿Está con sombrero, no? Sí, está.
No, está sin sombrero.
No, está muy bien.
Es algo que tiene que ponerse el uno también.
Y ese proyecto, pues, sí, y ese proyecto pues, prácticamente es gratis. Es gratis, ese proyecto es gratis, porque la página, a ver si tengo un ejemplo de la página, para que vean cómo se va a visualizar. Aquí entran, están diferentes, es un ejemplo preciso donde están las ciudades participantes y estas personas. Y vamos a poner unos anuncios en la puente, pasando este proyecto empieza en marzo y pasando el puente Hidalgo, ya no sé si han ido, hay un embudo donde se hace la fila y una foto.
Sí.
Ok, ahí va a estar un anuncio donde va a aparecer también, junto con las ciudades participantes.
¿Es digital o es fijo?
No, es uno de,
Uno fijo, y se mira bien bonito.
¿Mande?
Se mira bien bonito. Si es fijo, así se mira bien bonito. Parece digital.
Así va a ser, el que va a estar en ya el presidente de Reynosa nos dio permiso y aquí está la ciudad de Mercedes. O sea, vamos a estar en los 3 puentes. Vamos a estar todo, y aquí donde vamos a dar el QR. Por ejemplo, el presidente de Reynosa nos va a dar un anuncio panorámico, esos no sé si han ido a México, que pasan, donde sube la gente caminando para cruzar las calles, al motopote.
¿Cuál es el de ese es el de arriba, es el del Premium Atlas?
Donde ustedes van en arriba, porque son los clientes.
Ándale.
Los clientes llevan prioridad. ¿Vean? Así va a ser, y Reynosa va a poner QR en 3 ciudades, en 3 revistas. Mission Trade va a poner una revista grande, Eric va a poner una revista grande, todo promocionando QR. Y cuando hablan de QR va a aparecer la homepage con las ciudades, nomás van a ser 6 ciudades participantes del Valle de Texas. O en la noche no son cuatro.
Pues yo sé que han subido los visitantes al MOS o a lo mejor tienen que ir a eso.
Pues, va a estar bien, va a estar, va a ser, se va a poner bien.
Everything helps.
Okay, so está programada ya para renovar el contrato, and this is
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the second contract.
I have a motion by Commissioner Martinez, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Muchas gracias. Y fue una buena presentación,
Con permiso.
Dispense que tuve que esperar tanto.
Sí, me tuve que escapar, no me da, estaba temblando.
Item 8, I have A through C, in case anybody wants to.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve consent agendas items 8A, 8B, and 8C.
I have a motion by Commissioner Martinez, second by Commissioner Garcia. Discussion. None, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign.
Ya me puedo
Motion
tirar, ¿eh?
carries. Item 9A, resolution 2023-25, supporting the affordable housing project in the city of Mercedes, ETJ.
I move to approve.
A second.
I have a motion to approve, and then do we need to forego reading of it?
Forego the reading, I'm sorry.
I had a motion for Commissioner Martinez to approve item 9A and forego the reading of the resolution. I have a second by Commissioner Alanya. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Management items, approval of appointment, reappointment of DCM board members.
If I'm not mistaken, all three wanted to remain, is that correct?
Yes, Joe Flores, Peggy Chavez Yanes, and Marcos Garcia.
Mayor, I make a motion to go ahead and, approve the reappointments.
I have a motion by Commissioner Martinez, I have a second. I have a second by Commissioner Alanya. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 11, monthly reports.
Thanks for the attendance report, by the way. You like it? I like that.
Alright, if we don't have any questions for any of our people, I'll move on to.
Earlier in the evening, I've got
Figure
about.
out the code.
Yeah, I've got them categorized and color coded.
So I moved item 12 earlier up, so going on to item 13, item A from executive session. That's the references, personnel matters, nothing there. Attorney litigation, nothing there. Discussing project M30, I believe there's nothing there. Discussion regarding economic development, negotiations.
Recommendation to deny.
I make a recommendation, or I make a motion to go ahead and deny, Mayor.
We have a motion by Commissioner Martinez to deny this project. I have a second. Second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Discussion regarding project nights.
Mayor, I make a motion to go ahead and approve
$150,000.
For
the 150,000.
I have a motion by Commissioner Martinez. I believe Commissioner Alanya seconded before you did. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Discussion regarding project 150. I believe there's no action for that, correct? Alright, moving on to 14, adjournment. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn, Mayor.
Motion by Commissioner Martinez. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, sign. Motion carries. All done.